Call the meeting to order. Are there any substitutions? Is it the pleasure of the committee to take into consideration Bill number 2, an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act? All those in favor, please say yea. Yea. Against, nay. Carried. Minister, do you have any opening remarks, and maybe introduce your staff?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased here today to provide more information on an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act. It's widely recognized that there's a strong interest in real property in New Brunswick. Il est largement reconnu qu'il existe un fort intérêt pour les biens réels au Nouveau-Brunswick. Our government has heard from citizens and stakeholders for the need to modernize the tax sale process. This is an opportunity to create efficiencies while improving the province's ability to recover outstanding balances on delinquent property tax accounts. We'll work with property owners to provide many opportunities to pay their property tax in New Brunswick, Mr. Chair. There will be no reduction in the number of opportunities that property owners will have to resolve their property tax arrears. Unfortunately, some properties are uncollectible, and a tax sale is ultimately used as a final step to collecting outside property tax. The changes will create efficiencies and cost reductions that will include reducing the redemption period for properties purchased at tax sale from 90 days to 30 days. This will allow the purchasers of property at tax sale to make improvements and repairs to the property more quickly. Also expanding the use of online advertising for upcoming tax sales while continuing to publish in newspapers. We will do that. That'll reduce costs associated with large print ads. We will allow previously unsold properties to be reoffered at a reduced legislated starting bid to increase the likelihood of sale to a third party. And this will lessen the burden for the property tax liability on the province and allow quicker turnaround to recovering outstanding balances on delinquent tax accounts. When properties sell for an amount greater than the minimum bid, the residual amount will be used to pay any other outstanding property taxes on properties owned by the same assessed owner. And we will also propose that local governments and business improvement associations have the ability to make an application to recover outstanding debts when there is also residual from the tax sale. So, Mr. Chair, these are the new changes that will create efficiencies and modernize the tax sale process. This will allow the province to hold a fourth tax sale in January. This will increase the number of properties taken in tax sale per year and availability of properties for development and for housing. Today I'm joined by a couple of outstanding members of the staff of Finance and Treasury Board. John McLean is the Director of Account Management and Revenue Administration, and Travis Bergen is the Associate Deputy Minister of Corporate Services and Revenue Administration, and we will welcome questions at this time. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member from Bathurst West Beresford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Nice to see you gentlemen again. Nice to be here. Yes, you know why. I guess we're going to have a little bit of time together. This on the surface, I've mentioned this in second reading. This bill seems to have some advantages, and we're going to move forward. But there is still a lot of details to unpack, and it's good for us to understand it as fully as possible, so that we can kind of see if what the objectives are aimed with will be achieved. I guess the first question, the timing of bringing this bill, like what was the motivation? What's the tangible results or benefits that we're looking to achieve from this bill?
Mr. Chair, through you to the member across the way, thank you very much for the question. Motivation for moving this forward now. Well, the government had heard from citizens and also from stakeholders that there was a need to modernize the tax sale process. It was a bit outdated. There is an opportunity to create efficiencies, and that's always great, and improving the province's ability to recover outstanding balances on delinquent property and tax accounts, and that was thought of as well. But there were focus groups, there were stakeholders taken into account, and it was time.
Thank you, Minister. Through the chair, I guess looking at the efficiencies, this is, I guess the step that we're fixing here is really the last resort. It's kind of the last step of trying to remedy a situation. And this Real Property Tax Act is fairly large. So I think I'd like to just dig in so people understand there's a lot of steps before we get to that. So could you kind of, could the minister, just kind of provide, when there's a decision to move forward on a tax sale, to go and move on a property, what would be the first step, and what's the timeline? And I guess I would take the tax sale date, the 3 or 4 dates that you're talking to, and going back from that point, maybe reverse engineering the process. What's the first step that the department takes to inform the owners, or to give notice, or to inform the public that this process has begun?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, looking at the process, it's a long process. It takes over 4 years, and as indicated earlier, there's no reduction in the number of opportunities for the person to make payment arrangements or to just pay their tax outright. But in year one, you have a property tax notice. If they don't pay it, there's a rebill in September of year one. Okay, a rebill statement will come out in September. In year two, the account will be sent to collection services. So this year, this is 2 years into arrears now. Property tax notice, then a collection letter, and a notice of tax sale. It's telling them that they are becoming eligible for tax sale. Once again, there is an opportunity for them to arrange payments or to pay it outright. Year three, you get another property tax notice. You get a final demand letter from collections, and again, a notice of tax sale. Year four, property tax notice, final demand letter collections, and notice of tax sale. And prior to the tax sale, there are many opportunities to make payments. Once again, they will then be served professionally by a sheriff, okay, and advertised twice in the local newspapers prior to sale. I can repeat it if you're marking it down. I didn't know if you get it all.
Oh, we'll take.
Can we do that?
It's a public record.
Yeah, it's fine. Either way, we're going to dive down into many steps, so just, it's a 4-year process. Are all these steps, are they all legislated? Is there a timeline attached? Is the 4-year necessary, or could that be shortened up? I know that the remedy portion of the bill, you're reducing it from 90 days to 30 days, and that's part of the legislation. But all these letters, does it have to be a year before there's a tax notice? Does it have to be a year before it's sent to collection services? Is that legislated, or is that just a normal process, normal timeline?
Through the chair to the member opposite. Yeah, I mean, it's legislated. Yes, there are 60 steps that we have to go through before we can, sell the property. And that was what I gave you was an example of how the main steps work. Yeah.
Thank you. Through the chair. So, so it's 4 years from day one to the step that's legislated. Like, could it be reduced or not?
Through the chair to the member opposite. Currently, it's legislated after 1 year, but we've decided to give them 4 years over the course of time to try and get it cleaned up, to try and give them every chance possible to make a payment schedule or to pay it outright. So, but it is legislated after 1 year. They are legislated that they are under a property tax notice, and they can, and the collection letter is sent, and the notice of tax.
So essentially, if I guess the language is the may or may not, or if you're aware that the property owner is either deceased or the property is abandoned, you don't have to necessarily wait through all those steps when you know there's going to be no remedy or payment. There's no legislative requirement to say we can't move on this property because it takes a year for collection, takes a year, when you're aware that there won't be any remedy.
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you to the member opposite, that is correct.
So just going back to the original steps, I guess the first step that we all, as MLAs that we've seen in the fall when the property taxes are sent out owing, there's typically letters that are saying, well, you owe so much, and I don't remember the exact wording, but I get a lot of calls to my office saying they're going to take my property or take my house, but it's just a notice letter saying you owe money, make arrangements. And if I'm not mistaken, last year, for example, there was 13,000 of these letters sent. There was a huge amount, and obviously the department has no interest in collecting on 13,000 properties. It's just, but it was just to notify people that, okay, you have to give us a call. You're reaching out to make payments, make arrangements, so we can remedy the situation. Am I understanding that that's kind of the first step?
Through the chair to the member opposite, yes, that is the first step. That's correct, and we try and give people every opportunity to make payments starting then and continuing on.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, can I just get a little bit more of an explanation? It's the first time I hear of this September 1st, this rebill statement. Like, what exactly is a rebill statement, and what does it entail?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the member opposite. Yeah, the rebill statement is a statement that we sent out now in September, rather, and it is current year taxes only. So it is a statement of current year taxes only. Basically, it's a reminder.
Okay, so through the chair, if it's the current year only, if there's outstanding amounts from previous years, is that excluded, or is that, is there two statements? Is that what I'm understanding? Why two different types of statements? Why not just, here's what you owe in taxes for whatever amount of years?
Through the chair to the member opposite. Yeah, the September rebill statement is for first year only. The statement in September, it's on the current year taxes only. The sale or the notice comes with an updated balance. Okay, so it comes in September with an updated balance, and it is for first year only for that tax notice. After that, you would get a notice of tax sale, starting in year 2 and going forward.
Through the chair, you get a notice of tax sale, but would you get that because there's collection service letters? Is that before or after the collection service? Because a while ago, September 1st was a rebill statement. Then the second, it would be sent to the collection service, and there'd be a letter. That's where the notice of tax sale, does it come from the collection department? And while we're at it, that collection department, is that an internal collection department, or is that an external department that's being used?
Through the chair to the member opposite. Notice of tax sale, you were wondering about collection service, I guess. Notice of tax sale comes from collection services, which is an internal process that is through Finance Treasury Board. And those are the people who make themselves available to make payment arrangements or to pay off the whole thing. But to answer your questions, yes, it is internal and it's through Finance Treasury Board.
Previously, you mentioned that there was 60 steps to a tax sale. Is there a, I don't say, is there a cheat sheet, or do we have to read the whole act? Is there a tick box list that we can get, said here's the 60 steps that are just titles without having to go through the whole tax act, or is that I ask because I wonder, you know, when certain properties are at a certain point, it'd be nice to know while we're on step 14 or step 23 in our communities for some of those abandoned properties. So I don't know if that's available.
Through the chair to the member opposite, the 60 steps is mostly, it's the 4 years that I already spoke about, year 1, 2, 3, and 4. The rest of them are administrative steps. So we don't have all 60 steps here, the administrative steps, but that's what they are. They're paperwork steps. Yeah.
Through the chair, but there is a internally list. Even if they're administrative steps and they're internal, I guess the question is, even an administrative step or an internal step could take a week, could take a month, could take 2 months, and I guess that's why it breaks down to the 4 years. And again, some of these properties we know aren't going to be remedied. We know they're not going to be paid. So the question is, which step could we shorten up and accelerate and get moving and get these properties back to being productive? And I guess how can we help locally as MLAs to see what we can get done on that?
Through the chair to the member opposite, well, I started at the end here where you said, how can we help? You can help by passing this bill, is what I would say, member. I'm willing to go to a vote right now, Mr. Chair. That's how cooperative we are. We're trying to ensure the process is fair. We're trying to ensure the process is transparent. And yes, there are the legislative steps and that start at year 1, and there's also the 60 steps through it, and most of them are certainly administrative. But you asked for how do we help the process go through smoothly, and that's what this bill does. Quite frankly, we believe it moves that process along while still protecting the person and their rights to certainly pay and make a payment schedule and or pay in full. Thank you.
Thank you through the chair, and wish you the best of luck on your vote. We'll see how that turns out later on. I guess to be more specific, and I understand the bill, but all I see in the bill is we're going to reduce 60 days of time for mediation, and 4 years, 2 months on 4 years doesn't seem like it's a huge difference. And for an example, we have an abandoned house right in front of our property. It's an Ontario owner, pretty much gave up on it. It has now become a drug house, has been condemned by the city, locked up, and we have somebody that's interested in buying and wants to renovate it and use it for housing again or for rental. And the answer that we get is it's a bit of frustration through the municipality, through the province is, well, that's going to be a 4-year process. And I just sit there and our community sit like, we're going to be sitting in front of essentially a dilapidated drug house for 4 years because that's what the process is. And I'm just trying to find is that all we're going to get is instead of 4 years, it's going to be 3 years and 10 months? Or is there more latitude, or is there other processes in the bill that allows to say, listen, we can expedite this when we know the situation warrants it?
Through the chair to the member opposite, thank you for your question. And yeah, I mean, the tax sale is not about getting rid of a drug house, really. That's public safeties. But having said that, I mean, we can look at delinquent accounts differently, each one, but it's got to be fair. I mean, the process that we have developed, we believe, is about fairness for all. And so delinquent owners or absent owners, we try and track them down as best we can. But the process has got to be what the process is in order to be fair for all.
Thank you, Minister. Through the chair, speaking of tracking down owners, is there not a portion of this bill that changes a bit that process? I thought there was mention where just posting in certain areas would be sufficient to give notice to owners, as opposed to, you know, I think for a while you guys were posting wanted posters on telephone poles and doing whatever to try to find the owners to do the, it seemed like very expansive to try to find people that are pretty much gone. Does the bill not solidify that and saying, okay, this is sufficient, and the amount of time required to do it is sufficient, where it could shorten up that period?
Through the chair to the member opposite, I'll give a little bit of a background as to how we're doing it and what the changes have been. We did do some changes a couple of years ago, so they're smaller changes now. But if the property proceeds to tax sale, the owner is served by a sheriff or a pro-server. If the person cannot be served by a sheriff or a pro-server, there is a substituted service process that follows, okay? There are advertisements placed in local newspapers, both languages, notifying that of an attempt to locate the registered owner. And the property is also posted with a notice. These are the pink postings that we will put up on the property, which work surprisingly well. Once people see that pink notice, they get in touch with us a lot quicker. The property is posted with notice indicating the Department of Finance is trying to locate the owner. Only if no information is found through this process, then the property is then advertised again in the local newspapers for 2 consecutive weeks, and information is placed on the GMB website prior to sale. The property owner has until the day of the sale to make payment, and also has the ability for the redemption after the sale for the 30 days that we've talked about. We've improved comms through electronic means as well, so we're sending out notices over the internet as well to try and get a hold of these people. Ultimately, we want them to pay their taxes, we want them to maintain their property in the proper state, and we want them to to help out everybody in New Brunswick through doing that.
Thank you, Minister. I guess I'll go more specifically into the bill. 12.35 says the minister shall post an expression of interest notice on real property for 4 consecutive weeks and publish it in accordance with subsection 3.7. If the minister is not able to serve a notice referred to in subsection 3 by personal service under paragraph 3.1a for one of the following reasons. Person in whose name the real property is assessed or the owner of the real property cannot be found or dies intestate. And it's the B section I'm more curious about. The minister determines that all reasonable efforts to personally serve the notice under subsection 3 have been exhausted. And that's kind of subjective language that I wonder, just get some clarification, because honestly, all reasonable efforts, there's a lot of communities in New Brunswick. If you go to Tim Hortons on Saturday, say, I'm looking for the property owner of that's reasonable notice in a lot of properties, but I don't think it'll hold up in a court of law. Is that the litmus test that, reasonable efforts is what would hold up if you were challenged legally? Or is there a standard or some kind of criteria that you use personally to determine that all reasonable efforts have been achieved?
Through the chair to the member opposite, in regards to 12.3.5, that is for property mostly like marshland or waterlocked, no access properties where we can't physically post. When you talked about reasonable efforts to personally serve the notice, we would say that the reasonable efforts are the minister has to post an expression of interest notice from 6 weeks down to 4 weeks. We would say 4 weeks is reasonable.
Yeah, and I understand. Again, glad to see that period shorten up. But there's a whole list of posting online, posting in the paper, and has the department verified that that is sufficient as far as notice in, I guess, if you were to be challenged by an owner coming later on saying, nobody told me, would it stand up? Is that the reasonable effort in the bill?
Through the chair to the member opposite, yes, it would hold up in court. That's one of the purposes of this, that yes, it would hold up in court.
Thank you. Through the chair. Just a general question. When the bill was changed, was there a jurisdictional scan done? How are we compared to other provinces on this Real Property Tax Act? Are we in line, or is it pretty much similar everywhere? Are we innovative or behind the times?
Through the chair to the member opposite, thank you for the question. As to the jurisdictional scan, there's only two provinces that do it this way, us and PEI, and we're certainly very similar to PEI. The reason that nobody else does it this way is because it's handled municipally rather than provincially. So the rest of it all do it through municipalities.
Well, Mr. Chair, that opens up a whole other line of questioning. Is there, I know we're going through a local governance review and there's still lots of work to be done. Is there, are we anticipating that with more or less municipalities, larger municipalities with more capacities, will we be heading in the direction that someday municipalities will be taking care of these properties?
Through the chair to the member opposite, I mean, as for the future, I really can't comment on what future bills they put forward, or if ELG is working on that. I can tell you that this is what we're putting forward today, and we think it's great legislation moving forward.
Thank you, through the chair. Fair enough. We'll just keep an eye on that. It's interesting aspect, and it opens up a whole other, you know, if the properties aren't sold right now, it ends up in surplus properties with DTI. You know, how do they do it in other provinces? Is it the municipality that keeps the property, or is there, you know, other ways to look at it, and would it potentially shorten up this whole process and get all these properties active again and productive and then back into the mix? Just to switch over on a little bit of data, you guys, the department, does 3 tax sales per year, and I'm just trying to see scope here. I don't need specific stats, but on average, how many properties would be put up at a tax sale each time, each of the 3 tax sales?
Through the chair to the member opposite. As for the number of properties, we start generally with around 300, but sometimes the number goes down because we resolve them. One of the ways we resolve them is that people all of a sudden do realize, oh, I'm going to lose this, this property is going to be sold, and they make arrangements then. As for the sales, yes, we have 3 now, but we will allow the province to hold a 4th tax sale in January, which could improve the number of properties put through the tax sale by, 25% or so 25-30%. So yeah, we're going to a 4th sale in January. We're looking at it, I should say, we're looking at going.
Okay, through the chair. So we're talking, if the average is about 300 with 4 tax sales, probably bring it up to 1,200. Again, getting a little bit more activity, things moving. And just to clarify, when we're talking about looking at doing it in a 4th sale, is it this January, coming up in a couple of months, or is it January 2024?
Through the chair to the member opposite, there wouldn't be time to do it this January, just because we're in this process now. We'd have to get this all approved and royal assent, and you just couldn't put one together that fast. So it'd be January 2024 is when we'd go to that cycle.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, that's where I was headed. My next question was going to be how many were in the 60th step to get done in January? Apparently not enough. What are the, can we just get the dates of the other 3 tax sales? When are they done?
Sure. Mr. Chair, through you to the member opposite, April, July, and October at present.
Part of the, when we had the briefing, by the way, again, Mr. Chair, we had a great briefing with the staff. They gave us some good details just to clarify again, and I like to, like my colleague always says, it's good to repeat just to make sure that we get the same answer and clarify everything. Part of getting that 4th tax sale, because I had a question around, redemption goes from 90 days to 60 days, but there is a clause here that allows you to re-put a property up for sale at a lower price a second time, which would probably take the 60-day advantage away again because you're adding to another tax sale. But the answer was, well, if we add a 4th tax sale, that should kind of negate that, but we're only looking at that within a year. So that clause, and I believe it's clause 5.6, can we get a little bit more detail around when that would be used and why that was added?
Through the chair to the member opposite. Okay, the redemption period is going from not from 90 to 60 days, from 90 to 30 days, and that will start in April of 2023. So that won't be waiting. I mean, by then we'll have royal assent and proclamation, and so we should be good to go on that portion by April.
Okay, thanks. That was just, I just misspoke on that. I'm at 60 days, not 60 days difference. not going down to 60 days. Okay, just back to the clause 5.61, what it mentions here is that if the property tax sale is done in the first time and there's a minimum bid and it doesn't sell, the minister can put the property up for sale, but at 50% of the assessed value, as opposed to what may be owing. Can we just get a little bit of clarification on this clause and exactly what circumstances that would fall under?
Through the chair to the member opposite. So this new legislation will provide the ability to review properties on an individual basis to determine the best course of action. In some cases, the best attempt to sell the property for future tax sale is reducing the minimum bid, and that can initiate bidding, is what we believe, at tax sale and maximize the final sale price to collect the greatest amount of unpaid taxes and penalties outstanding to the province, and also ensuring the process is fair and transparent as well. That is the reasoning behind it.
Through the chair, is there if this was ever initiated, is there a certain amount where the minister has to bring the file to cabinet because it would represent an amount substantial in difference in sale prices? Is there yesterday we had the Minister of Transportation talk about 150,000 on properties that he can sell without going to cabinet. Is there a certain figure that the department is allowed to move unilaterally on, and then anything above that would have to go to cabinet?
Through the chair to the member opposite, no, there's no limit on it, but that's why we have capped it at 50% of assessed value. So there's no limit on the price, I guess, but there is a limit on how far we can go in discounting it.
Thank you. Let's use a concrete example, just to makes it clear for everybody. As you know, Smurfit Stone Mill site back at home has $2 million in taxes owing. Whatever the minimum bid price could be fairly substantial to get that paid back, but my understanding is the assessed value of the property is about $500,000 to $600,000. If it was for sale at $300,000 or half that amount, we're talking about almost $1.7 million in difference in potential revenues for the province, or what can be taken back. So that's where I wonder. I know we tend to think in hundreds of thousands and tens of thousands, but when we're starting to talk about maybe $1 million plus in difference, I wonder why I wouldn't have to go to cabinet for that kind of decision, because it would be significant potential loss for the province.
Through the chair to the member opposite. Yeah, that's a unique situation, certainly. And I wouldn't expect that anything that big would come up very often. The minister may do that, reduce the price up to 50%. They could reduce it up to 10%. They could reduce it, but no more than 50%. So yes, if it was a $500,000 property, though $2 million in taxes, and it doesn't sell the first time, then the second time the bidding could, if the minister allows, start at 250. But that would be a very, very rare case and very rare situation for sure.
Thank you for the answer. That's concerning. I'm not sure. I would hope there'd be. It's a lot of power for one person to take and to move, and I would hope that cabinet would be involved in that. And my biggest concern with that one is on that specific property is if it's sold for $2 million, you would presume that it's a developer that's got plans for the property, because that kind of investment requires to have some kind of return. Maybe reducing it to around 200,000, somebody could purchase all that waterfront property and say, I can sit on it as is for longer, because the outlay of cash is not as big, and the requirement for return wouldn't be as quick. So it is highly concerning, and you're absolutely right. The minister's absolutely right. It's not a very it doesn't happen often, but if it does happen, that's why we do the laws, is to try to get the bills as complete as possible, that it does cover everything that's there. Okay. So a little bit concerned, a little bit disconcerted on that one, actually. Just while we're on it, and because it is a specific situation, I'm kind of wondering how it fits in the bill. That property, the current owner is not the one that built up that tax bill. That person had an agreement with the province stating that there was a previous tax bill owing on it. The property was given to that person with the agreement that there would be some development and some remediation done, and if that was done within a certain period of time, then the taxes would be forgiven. I imagine in view of saying, well, with development, we'll get new tax money, we'll get some new revenues, and that'll cover the tax bill. Knowing now that that agreement wasn't honored, the person did not develop the property as is it required to restart the 60 steps, or is it just, you didn't honor the agreement, comes back to the province? I'm just kind of wondering, where does that all fit in with the current process, specifically on that property?
Through the chair to the member opposite, I can't comment on specific properties here, but the 60-day process or 60-step process does not start over. No, it goes from there.
Well, thank you. That's very fortuitous because Christmas is coming. I'm just, I had a feeling you were well into the steps, or the minister was well into the steps with the confidence that he had to move on his files. So, just a couple of cleanup questions on the bill. There's a section that's added. It's kind of like if there's a tax sale and there's more than what the minimum bid was required, some of the municipal government charges that are owing would be paid. How does that work? Is it above and beyond what the minimum bid is, or above and beyond what the total tax owing is? And my understanding is the only difference that makes is that the municipality will get their money before any surplus would go to the current owner. Is that my understanding of what the situation is?
Member opposite, that is correct.
It's quick and easy. There's another section that was, it's interesting. I know it's not a huge part, but the section on advertising, and I certainly live that it is expensive. And those full-page ads in the paper, we know, in many different papers, it costs a lot. Has the department done any kind of review of what type of savings we could achieve by changing these types of notices, and how much, what is that going to be worth on that efficiency?
Through the chair to the member opposite, it wasn't necessarily about savings as much, although we do save tens of thousands of dollars. per year on it. But it's about redirecting people to the internet, and we're not required to put as much info in the newspaper ads, but one thing that we are doing now is advertising on the internet, and that's more of what that's about, is getting people, steering them towards the internet and getting all the information there.
Thank you, through the chair. Is there any, could I get an idea of what what the advertising budget is on these properties on a yearly basis, just again for scope?
Through the chair to the member opposite, we don't have that number here, but we can get it for you and get it back to you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. A while ago, we were talking about the 3 tax sales per year, approximately 300 properties, give or take, depending on the. Can we get an idea of what the success rate of moving some of the properties, or how many do you actually get a sale for at the minimum bid? Again, I don't need specific stats, but there should be a range of how well we achieve, and also to give us an idea of how many properties are going to end up at DTI under surplus management out of the 900 or so per year.
Through the chair, the member opposite. Prior to the real estate boom here in New Brunswick, we would sell about 30 to 40% of the properties in any given sale. Now it's running at about 70 to 80% of the properties, and we believe that some of the changes we'll make will increase those numbers up.
So did that change in percentage factor into the fact that you could add a fourth tax sale? Because there was concern before, if 60% of the properties were going to DTI, we heard that DTI was also struggling with resources and having all extra properties to take care of and to manage. Now that the numbers are higher, did that factor into the discussion between departments to saying, yeah, they could handle a fourth tax sale and get more properties?
Through the chair to the member opposite, just like any business, if you're having success with something, then you add another one, right? And that's what we've done here. And yes, the hot market has increased the number of sales, but New Brunswick's a great place to buy right now. And so that's why we added the fourth sale. Absolutely, it's a hot market.
Thank you. Through the chair, that's all the questions I had at this point. I want to thank the minister and his staff for being forthcoming and giving us some details. So, thank you.
Were there any further questions, or you have further questions, or? No, okay. Well, before we carry on, why don't we just take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll go from there. Call the meeting back to order. Recognize the member from Kent North.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Bienvenue au ministre, bienvenue à son équipe. Il y a beaucoup de questions qui ont été posées déjà, surtout au niveau des étapes et tout ça. Je suis content d'avoir entendu ça. Je suis content aussi d'avoir entendu le ministre dire que l'objectif principal et la raison que ça prend aussi longtemps, c'est finalement ce qu'on veut, c'est d'aider les gens à rester propriétaires de leur terrain. Je peux comprendre que dans certains cas, comme peut-être des faillites d'entreprises ou des endroits plus industriels, on veut que ça soit nettoyé plus rapidement, mais pour le commun du mortel, monsieur, madame, tout le monde, je pense que l'objectif devrait toujours être d'épuiser absolument toutes les ressources nécessaires pour qu'ils puissent demeurer propriétaires de leur maison, de leur habitation. Je crois fondamentalement que l'habitation est un droit fondamental dont chaque être humain devrait avoir accès. Donc, cela étant dit, le ministre a mentionné qu'il y a eu des consultations avec des groupes focus, des différents partenaires ou des stakeholders, je crois que c'est le mot qu'il a utilisé. Et donc, j'aimerais savoir qui a été consulté face au développement de ces changements de loi que vous proposez.
Through the chair to the member opposite, thank you for the question. The stakeholders focus groups is how we get our information. It's a cross-section of the general public, random people. Some of them had familiarity with our tax system. Some of them did not have any familiarity with the tax system. As to how they got them, we have staff do random calls till we find enough people that are interested in taking part in our focus group. And so it's the general public, and some of them have the information. Some of them have more knowledge than others.
Merci. Ça, c'est pour les groupes focus. Vous avez aussi parlé de stakeholders. Fait que qui seraient les stakeholders? Ça serait simplement les citoyens ou vous avez parlé à des groupes en particulier, à l'extérieur des groupes focus?
Through the chair to the member opposite. The stakeholders would be previous purchasers. These are frequent purchasers, so we would consider them stakeholders. We talked to them to get their input. Some of them were not necessarily frequent, but a number of them were frequent purchasers.
Merci. Est-ce que dans vos consultations, vous avez parlé à des groupes spécifiques qui pourraient vivre des situations ou se retrouver dans des situations comme ça, comme des groupes qui représentent les gens vivant dans la pauvreté? Est-ce que vous avez parlé avec peut-être développement social, des organisations de fermiers, des groupes qui pourraient... ou qui représentent des aînés qui vivent sur des montants fixes. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a eu des consultations avec des groupes comme ça?
Through the chair to the member opposite. This process is about collecting tax sales, collecting on delinquent tax, owed tax, I guess I would say. So we didn't target specific groups. We targeted people and talked to people who knew, some of them knew about it, some of them didn't know about the tax sale situation, but no, it was not targeting specific groups in our stakeholder consultations.
Merci. C'est de valeur parce que quand on change quelque chose qui peut avoir un effet, habituellement, on aime avoir une plus grande vision de ce qu'on est en train de faire. C'est certain, si on consulte seulement les gens dans une optique d'acheter une propriété qui a été saisie, des fois, on ne peut pas avoir un portrait global. Fait que c'est malheureux que le département ne fait pas ce travail-là dans une optique plus globale pour essayer de mieux comprendre et peut-être qu'à travers de ces consultations-là, on réaliserait que notre façon de faire est très bonne ou il y a peut-être des façons d'améliorer plus que juste la vente. Quand on est focusé juste sur la vente, c'est malheureux comme processus, Monsieur le Président. Ma prochaine question serait sur des terrains contaminés. Donc souvent, on voit les terrains saisis qui sont contaminés ne se font pas acheter pour des raisons évidentes. Quels sont, si quelqu'un achète un terrain contaminé, est-ce qu'il a la responsabilité de le nettoyer dans un délai? Et si oui, quel délai qu'il s'agit? Et si un terrain saisi qui est contaminé ou dangereux pour diverses raisons, après combien d'années est-ce que vous prenez la responsabilité de décontaminer ce lieu qui peut avoir des effets négatifs sur les résidents autour de ce terrain-là?
Through the chair to the member opposite, in regards to contaminated land, the time frame for cleaning it, no, we don't have a time frame for cleaning it. The province has taken properties with environmental concern to tax sale in the past for unpaid property taxes. It's also important to work with the ELG and the enforcement for owners responsible for cleaning contaminated sites. So the new owner is responsible for cleaning it up, cleaning the contamination up, and quite frankly, they wouldn't have bought it without a plan, I wouldn't think, to clean it up. Nobody buys a property thinking that they're just going to sit on it. So it is certainly in their best interest to clean it up. But to answer your original question, is there a time frame? There is not.
Et qu'est-ce qui arrive si ce terrain-là ne se fait pas vendre, puis que vous gardez ce terrain-là? Le département, le gouvernement garde ce terrain-là pendant des années, des années, des années, puis que le terrain continue de passer en crépitude, là, qui continue qui reste comme qui est là et les bâtiments se détériorent. Comment longtemps que vous allez garder un terrain comme ça avant de prendre action, ou est-ce que vous ne prenez pas action, ou c'est quoi le processus à ce niveau-là?
Through the chair to the member opposite, what happens if it's not sold after years? Each property is evaluated on an individual basis, member, but at this point there is no timeline.
OK, je comprends ça. Mais qu'est-ce que vous faites avec un terrain qui n'est pas vendu année après année puis qui est contaminé? À un moment donné, est-ce que vous dites on a la responsabilité, ou vous essayez juste de continuer de vendre vitam aeternam? Je comprends qu'il n'y a pas de timeline, mais il doit y avoir un processus en place. Il doit y avoir une réflexion. Il doit y avoir du monde qui réfléchit au département. Et donc, c'est plutôt ça ma question. Est-ce qu'il y a un processus qui existe, ou est-ce que c'est tout simplement de la pression politique qui fait qu'il y a certains sites que vous décontaminez, il y en a d'autres que vous ne décontaminez pas?
Through the chair to the member opposite, what's the process? We would keep trying to sell it with the ministerial, or we would try to sell it again with the ministerial provision that we talked about earlier, the 50%, and reoffer it at that lower price. Ultimately, if it still doesn't sell, then it would be shifted to DTI.
Après combien d'années que c'est envoyé à DTI ou à MTI?
Through the chair to the member opposite, it's a matter of weeks or months once it goes through the tax sale process, but it has to go through the tax sale process first.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup. Je pense que c'est pas mal toutes les questions que j'ai par rapport à ce projet de loi-là. On se revoit pour le projet de loi 9. Merci.
Thank you very much. Member from Campbellton-Dalhousie, do you have any questions?
Yes, I just have a brief question to the minister. I heard a lot today about payment arrangements and property owners making, they have 4 years to make those types of arrangements. I'm just wondering how flexible, when you talk about arrangements, is it an arrangement to pay the full amount, or is there some flexibility there where they can negotiate? Is there a negotiation process of what they can pay, not pay? And that way we can better, I like the idea of where the minister in his opening remarks said that we're trying to keep the properties in the owner's hands, especially private property, individual ownership. So I'm just wondering, is there a negotiation process?
Through the chair to the member opposite, as to payment arrangements, there's more flexibility early on, obviously, but you know what, as long as they're making a payment plan, and I would send them to my friends in the taxation section of Finance Treasury Board, as long as they're making payments early on, there's more flexibility. As it gets closer to the tax sale date, I mean, after 4 years, there's less flexibility.
I guess to be a little more direct and Minister through the chair, when you talk about flexibility, that's what I'm talking about. Is there a flexibility to reduce the amount? Or is there a flexibility to remove the interest rates? Or, that type of flexibility. I'm not talking about making payments for the next 4 years or forever. I'm just talking, can they come to a settlement agreement, say, if we pay this much, well, then it returns to me, or whatever?
No, there is no programs in place for any penalty to be waived. They are expected to pay in full.
I guess it's not like the Income Tax Act where there is some ability there to cancel interest rates or things of that nature. Or, so there's no, so where a person doesn't have a chance to, or doesn't have the ability to pay back, and it has to make arrangements. Well, the arrangements are not going to help if he can't pay that amount of money now. He's certainly not going to be able to pay it over time if there's no type of negotiation where you can say, okay, here's the new amount and pay that, start paying that, put a payment plan in place. So there's none of that flexibility at all. It stays to the same amount.
Through the chair to the member opposite, we can absolutely put a payment plan in place, but the penalties will still apply, and it has to be fair and equitable to everybody, right?
The other question I have is with regards to these properties are all in municipalities, and are the municipalities aware of who has back taxes, or what properties are going to be coming for sale? Is there some type of or is it a privacy issue? You know, so is there a sharing of information with municipalities?
Member opposite, it is private information, as many people, right up to the day before the sale, will make arrangements to start paying again and get back on a payment plan. But no, once they would know, the municipalities would know once we post the sale, which would be 3 weeks out from the sale.
Just another quick question. I know I was only supposed to ask one, but the minister encouraged me to ask a few more a while ago in our conversation, so I like to collaborate with the minister. With regards to the property that ends up in DTI ownership, okay, after the taxes aren't paid and after it's turned over and it hasn't been sold, it becomes the property of the DTI, I believe, or the government of New Brunswick. Are they subject to municipal bylaws in regards to derelict properties, public safety, the safety, you know, if there's a health issue with that property in a sense that there are rodents running around in those houses, or are the bricks starting to fall off the front of the building and could hit someone? Is then the government of New Brunswick responsible to the municipality to make sure that if they're advised of this, or if there's a bylaw in place about unsightly premises, that the government of New Brunswick would have to conform to the law of that municipality?
Through the chair to the member opposite, if the property is with DTI, then DTI would be responsible for its care.
Mr. Chair, those are the questions that I've had. I thank the minister for his cooperation, and staff that are here, John McLean, I believe, and Travis Bergen, too, and the officials in the back rooms that are also assisting. So I thank you very much, and appreciate the briefing as well that was given to the opportunity to brief the MLAs as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, Minister, do you have any closing remarks or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As always, I thank all the staff that work in Finance and Treasury Board, but in particular today, John and Travis. Thank you very much. They are outstanding individuals and great workers, and beyond belief that their knowledge is amazing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, point of order. I believe we've had discussions with the minister and staff earlier today about a friendly amendment, and it has to be drafted. It hasn't been drafted yet, so just wondering if we would see, maybe put this bill aside to the end of the day and go to the next bill, which the minister has in hand anyway, so we would continue, and then when it comes time to put the friendly amendment, we would put it and have a vote and pass that second reading. If that's the wish of the committee, I would seek that permission.
Okay to set it aside? 4A, good. Do that. Bill number 9. Minister, same staff or different staff for bill number 9? No, okay. We'll take a 3-minute recess. Oops. Call the meeting back to order. Is it the pleasure of the committee to take into consideration Bill number 9, an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act? All those in favor, please say yea. Against, nay. Carried. Minister, do you have any opening remarks? Maybe introduce your staff.
Great. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. An act to amend the Real Property Tax Act. As you may recall, this past spring, Mr. Chair, legislative amendments were passed that implemented a 3-year phased-in reduction of provincial property taxes. These provincial rate reductions began with the current taxation year and were to be fully implemented by 2024. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I am pleased to say that the proposed amendments will accelerate this 3-year phased-in reduction of provincial property tax rates by 1 year. The previously announced provincial property tax rate reductions will now be fully implemented for the 2023 taxation year rather than the 2024 taxation year as originally scheduled. Effective for the 2023 taxation year, the following provincial property tax rate reductions will be in effect compared to 2021. A 50% reduction for non-owner occupied residential properties, 15% for other residential properties, and 15% for non-residential or business properties. Mr. Chair, with the continued strengthening of our economy and revenues, we have now increased fiscal flexibility to allow us to accelerate the previously announced property tax rate reductions by 1 year. Although the final tax base for the 2023 property tax billing will not be available until later in the year, we anticipate that the full implementation of these rate reductions will reduce provincial property tax revenue in the order of $120 million for 23-24 compared to 2021 rates. Fully implemented, these accelerated rate reductions are anticipated to provide over $80 million in provincial property tax relief to taxpayers in 2023. Mr. Chair, New Brunswick continues to experience a strong real estate market, new construction, and a growing population. While property assessment notices for the upcoming 2023 property taxation year were mailed out to property owners last month, the assessment base for tax bills is not yet available, and property tax bills will be mailed in March when those are available. Okay, that is the gist of this this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I would like to introduce staff. Travis Bergen back for a second go-round as our Associate Deputy Minister. Peter Kiley is our Assistant Deputy Minister, and Janice White is the Manager of Tax Policy today, and I would open the floor for questions from the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member from Bathurst West, Beresford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome to the new staff members. Nice to see you again. We had a chance to do a little bit of briefing last week. Mr. Chair, I understand that this is essentially, it's a very short bill. It's pretty much been debated already when the original timeline was set, but just looking at the changes, maybe a couple of questions just to bring up some reminders and relook at what all this was about. So, and a couple of clarifications to make sure. So, we are accelerating tax reductions by a year. Just want to make sure, are there any further property tax reductions that are provided through this bill?
Nope, that's it. Through the chair to the member opposite. Sorry.
That was easy enough, wasn't it? It was a quick introduction, but there's different classes of property taxpayers that's going to benefit from the reductions. 15% and 50% for some, 15% for others. Just get a little bit more, maybe a little slower, but and I didn't hear anything about industrial in there. There was other occupied, there was businesses. Was there anything around industrial in there?
Through the chair to the member opposite, all the non-residential rates, that covers all the businesses and industrial properties. They all will benefit from a 15% rate reduction.
Again, on the numbers, there was two numbers thrown out, 120 million, I believe is what's going to be the impact on, was it on the budget? And then, but there's 80 million in tax relief. Is that what, is it a reduction of what was anticipated as an increase, or is it actual less dollars in the budget? So if I was to be very direct, like my colleague, somebody who owns an apartment building is paying taxes this year. Will it just be less of an increase on his tax bill next year, or will it actually be a reduction of what he was paying?
Through the chair to the member opposite. Depends on the individual taxpayer in particular. The rate is being reduced for everybody, absolutely. Could there be an increase? Yes, if their assessment is significant, then they could still pay a bit more taxes, but the fact of the matter is it's still pay less than they would have before this legislation.
Thank you, through the chair. If I recall, the original bill that was presented to reduce these rates were partially to answer the fact that property had increased in value. There was also a rate cap that was set up for some property owners. And I personally, in my region, we have a couple of proprietors that own over 400 or 500 units, doors, if you want. And there was a whole debate around property owners and renters and who should benefit and who we should protect. And somewheres I feel we needed to protect both. There's some very good property owners that want to take care of their tenants, and were essentially these property owners were saying, I have to increase my rents by 3.8%, and every single dollar of that increase is going to pay my tax bill because my properties have gone up in value 70, 80%. So they didn't want to pass on that bill to their tenants, but they had to just because the cost was there. So I'm wondering, the original intent, my understanding of the bill, was to essentially reduce that pressure on these property owners so that they would be compelled, or not compelled, but I should say encouraged to continue to develop and create more housing. And after the first year, has this bill, helped? Is it achieving this? Because again, if the property values are going up, even if the tax rate's going down, the actual bill, and the minister's colleague, the Minister of Natural Resources, always says this about the power bills. Doesn't matter what the rate is, doesn't matter the amount of kilowatts, it's what you pay at the end on the bottom line that counts. Well, this seems to be the same situation. If the bill at the end of the day is still going to be higher, are we really achieving the desired results that we want? So I wonder if the minister could just comment on that, or answer if this is enough, or is it actually having an impact for what we were trying to achieve?
Through the chair to the member opposite, I mean, it's only been a year, so it's hard to get hard stats on this, but so it may take a few years before we see the housing supply respond to the various provincial measures. It can take that period of time for an apartment building to be constructed, as the member would certainly know. What we can say is that we're seeing very attractive housing supply in the province. Residential building permits and investment are up considerably. There are over 5,000 units under construction. According to CMHC, the current inventory of rental units under construction represents a 9.3% increase in the number of rentals out there. By lowering taxes, we believe it's going to help encourage further supply to the housing end of New Brunswick.
Thank you, Minister. Again, I believe this original bill was debated ad nauseum last year. It was kind of gone on, so I don't want to re-debate. But I will ask, how will these? Because the thing that has changed is the local governance bill that has passed. How will these cuts impact local government and their budget process? Because there's new numbers, and they're trying to navigate through a very complicated process right now, trying to merge, trying to do, and at the same time, it seems like the ground is moving underneath their feet with this type of change in bills and tax bills.
Through the chair to the member opposite, no, this bill does not affect the local government tax revenue in any way.
To the chair, my understanding is the provisional local governments were giving new budgets based on property assessments and value of their tax base with the current tax rates so they could figure out their budget. So I'm wondering, are those numbers predictive of the change that you're proposing today, or will they be adjusted later on? Because I'm not privy to how that process goes, but if you've got a property that's being taxed at such an amount and it's valued at such an amount, and all of a sudden we're changing the amount, the base rate that they're taxed at, it's got to impact their budget somehow. And I'm wondering, have they been provided those figures?
Through the chair to the member opposite, thank you for the question. It's important to remember there's assessment and there's tax rates. And this bill deals with provincial tax rates. The local governments determine their own tax rates, but this deals with provincial tax rates.
Thank you. Great answer. Mr. Chair, that's all the questions I had at this time on Bill number 9. I want to thank the staff for coming in and a lot of questions. I know we had a chance to discuss this last year, but it's nice to clarify and get my questions answered. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions? Member from Kent North.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, je veux essayer de comprendre ici ce qui est en train d'arriver. Donc, en faisant ces changements-là, pouvez-vous, s'il vous plaît, nous expliquer quel est l'impact que ça a sur le crédit d'impôt foncier applicable aux résidents, aux résidences, s'il y en a un?
Through the chair to the member opposite, thank you very much for the question. Asking about the credit on the property taxes. Homeowners receive the provincial residential tax credit, which is equal to the full provincial tax rate. So the tax rate is being reduced by this bill.
Donc, est-ce que les gens qui appartiennent leur propriété vont recevoir un allègement plus important sur leur propriété qu'ils habitent dedans?
The chair to the member opposite, yes, owner-occupied properties will still get that credit.
Merci. Si je m'abuse, c'est 50 je crois, ou quelque chose comme ça, ou en fait, ils ne payent pas le taux. Pouvez-vous nous expliquer quel crédit d'impôt foncier applicable aux résidences? Pouvez-vous nous l'expliquer? J'essaie de comprendre s'il y a quelque chose qui a changé ici au niveau du taux pour le propriétaire qui habite sa résidence principale.
Through the chair to the member opposite, on the tax bill, it would show the provincial rate, and then the line below, it would show the credit. Those numbers will be the same.
Merci. Donc, peut-être une question juste pour voir où est-ce qu'on en est rendu. Est-ce que je sais qu'on a entendu souvent cette taxe nommée la double taxe. Est-ce que vous voyez encore cette taxe comme une double taxe? Parce que finalement, ça a toujours été, c'est ça les arguments qu'on a utilisés, c'est dire, ben, on veut baisser le taux de taxes pour les gens qui n'habitent pas leur propriété, mais en fait, eux autres payaient le taux de taxe normal et on avait créé des crédits. On avait créé des crédits entre 1975 et 1978. Puis l'objectif, c'était de faciliter l'accès à la propriété. Moi, j'argumenterais qu'on a aujourd'hui encore plus difficilement accès à la propriété, surtout les gens qui habitent sur des revenus fixes, surtout les gens d'une certaine génération qui sortent de l'université avec des dettes importantes, qui n'arrivent pas ici avec de l'argent d'une vente de maison ailleurs. Donc, peut-être ma question pour vous, ça serait qu'est-ce que vous allez faire afin d'assurer que l'idée derrière l'allègement d'impôt foncier aux propriétaires, qui était faciliter l'accès à la propriété, qu'est-ce que vous allez faire pour assurer que ces mesures-là sont encore en place, les mesures de faciliter l'accès à la propriété. Parce qu'il semble disparaître, ces mesures-là. C'est juste qu'au lieu de l'éliminer, on fait baisser les taux d'impôt pour tout le reste qui accumule habitation après habitation après habitation. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a un projet de loi qui s'en vient? Est-ce qu'il y a des allègements qui s'en viennent pour assurer qu'on facilite encore l'accès à la propriété au Nouveau-Brunswick?
Through the chair to the member opposite, thank you for the question. This is about affordability, it's about accessibility, and we believe that accelerating the provincial property tax rate reductions will lower the tax rate for apartments and residential rental properties, and we believe it will support the efforts of to address our housing affordability and to get people into owning their own land, their own houses.
Mais vous réalisez qu'en faisant ça, vous rendez accessible moins de taxes sur des deuxième, troisième, quatrième propriétés, et donc on arrête de faciliter l'accès à plusieurs personnes à une première propriété. Est-ce que vous comprenez ça? Parce que ce qui arrive, c'est qu'en donnant des allègements fiscaux pour les deuxième, troisième, quatrième, cinquième propriétés, ça devient plus rentable d'appartenir plus de propriétés et donc ce qui fait, avec la spéculation, augmenter des prix des propriétés et donc l'accès à une première propriété devient de plus en plus difficile. Est-ce que vous comprenez ça? Et ma question, je vais laisser ça là tout de suite.
the chair to the member opposite. Looking for what measures are in place to facilitate ownership. We actually have a high degree of home ownership in New Brunswick, but this is part of a broader look at affordability, accessibility, and we do not levy a provincial tax, and that was to encourage home ownership.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ça fait plusieurs fois que vous utilisez affordability, accessibility. Vous dites c'est l'objectif. Est-ce que vous pouvez, s'il vous plaît, nous présenter des preuves que baisser le taux d'imposition va rendre plus affordable puis plus accessible des appartements? Vous vous basez sur quoi pour dire ça?
Through the chair, to the member opposite, proof that lowering the tax rate will make it more accessible for people. Well, I think that the proof is in the numbers I gave earlier, but anyway, there are residential building permits and investment up considerably, so people are building. There are over 5,000 more units into construction. I mean, that is in part, at least, due to the fact that we've made it more accessible through the lowering the tax rate, I believe. Lowering tax rates should encourage further housing supply, absolutely. So.
Et est-ce qu'il y a des études qui démontrent la corrélation entre les deux ou vous le faites juste par vous-même? Il me semble que si vous me dites ça, il devrait y avoir des études qui montrent une claire corrélation entre ce que vous me dites, ou est-ce que vous utilisez deux chiffres randomisés et vous dites, ben garde, le ciel est bleu, donc l'eau est bleue. Il me semble que ça devrait prendre, à un moment donné, des études qui peuvent démontrer qu'il y a une réelle corrélation entre ces chiffres-là.
Thank you very much for the question through you, Chair, to the member opposite. There are a number of empirical studies that note that tax reductions do support a growing economy. Lower taxes mean more money in the economy. Have we consulted on this particular study? No, we haven't. But we're lowering provincial tax rates with a number of factors in mind. Our property taxes are high, assessments are growing, there are housing affordability and supply challenges, and that's what this is meant to undertake and to reform.
Est-ce que vous pouvez nous présenter les études que vous vous basez dessus pour prendre vos décisions?
Through the chair to the member opposite, if you want a list of empirical studies, we certainly can give you that list. We'll get it translated and we'll give the member that list.
I think at this time, now we're right at pretty close to 12 o'clock. We'll take our lunch break and come back at 1 o'clock. Call the meeting to order. I could recognize the member from Kent North.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. J'espère que tout le monde a bien mangé. Juste avant qu'on parte, le ministre s'était engagé de me faire parvenir une liste. Et donc, je voulais juste confirmer, oui, j'aimerais avoir cette liste. Et donc, j'aimerais aussi... des fois, on demande des choses puis on ne reçoit pas. Donc, je me fais le devoir de demander, on peut s'attendre à recevoir ces documents-là par quelle date. Comme ça nous donne quelque chose à travailler avec.
Mr. Chair, through you to the member opposite, we've only got one day left this week, so it will be next week. Okay?
Excellent, merci beaucoup. Donc, j'attends ça la semaine prochaine, à un moment donné. Donc, merci beaucoup. Ma prochaine question, excusez, là, je vais juste trouver mes notes. Et donc, ma prochaine question était toujours par rapport aux références. Et voilà. Donc, on a une diminution des taux. Vous nous dites que ça va mener à une plus grande disponibilité, accessibilité et que les gens sont plus en mesure de trouver des logements locatifs. Par contre, lorsque vous m'avez répondu pour dire, je vous ai demandé, est-ce qu'il y avait un problème à accéder à une propriété, vous m'avez simplement répondu qu'on avait un haut taux de personnes qui appartenaient leurs habitations au Nouveau-Brunswick. Je peux comprendre ça, mais encore là, je trouve qu'il y a quand même un manque de... C'est des simplifications, disons, logiques de faire des liens avec tout ça. Fait que là, on parle ici qu'il y a un haut taux de gens qui appartiennent à leur habitation. Ça, c'est dans le passé. Mais là, il y a un effet qui est en train d'avoir lieu avec l'explosion du marché immobilier, avec les mesures du gouvernement pour le logement locatif. Est-ce que vous avez fait des analyses de comment vos politiques pourraient affecter le marché immobilier au Nouveau-Brunswick?
Through the chair to the member opposite, analysis of policies that could affect the real estate market. You know what? I don't think that you need an analysis as such to look at and say, yes, we need more public housing. So we've invested in more public housing. What is it, 100 units? 380 some units. You don't need an analysis to say there are 5,000 units under construction, and that is a good thing. And that is, partially attributable to the fact that we are lowering taxes, trying to create a culture of lowering taxes rather than charging people more taxes, to encourage people to come here, to encourage builders to come here, to encourage business in general to come here, and to help us serve the population and help us come up with programs like the public housing units that are being built for the first time in quite a while.
Et est-ce que cette idée pour ce projet de loi-là est venue du cabinet ou des fonctionnaires?
Through the chair to the member opposite, where do the ideas come from? Yeah, there's an interdepartmental committee, and there's cabinet. They work together, but I would always give most of the credit to staff. Absolutely, we have brilliant people, hardworking people, and I know I've talked about that before, but I can't talk about it enough. I mean, here's 3 of them with me now. Brilliant, hardworking people who care about New Brunswick. And I would always give them first credit, probably for what is going on in a lot of New Brunswick. They work hard. So.
Est-ce qu'il y a eu au moins un fonctionnaire qui vous a mis en garde que cette politique-là pourrait possiblement avoir l'effet contraire ou non?
Honestly, through the chair to the member, if there was, I don't remember that person, but I know there was a general consensus that this was a good thing, that it's going to increase the number of units available for people moving here, and there are huge numbers moving here. It's going to increase the number of units for people who are already here looking to upgrade and looking to do what they, to get into new spots. And yeah, if anybody was a negative on this, I honestly, I would swear to a Bible on that. I don't remember it. No.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Peut-être qu'il manque un peu, j'ai aucun doute que vous avez une bonne équipe, Monsieur le Ministre, mais peut-être qu'il manque un peu de diversité dans votre équipe. Ce serait peut-être quelque chose à réfléchir dans le futur. S'il n'y en a pas un qui vous a amené des mises en garde, ça veut probablement dire que tout le monde dans votre équipe lit la même littérature, ce qui peut être un problème lorsqu'on essaie de trouver un équilibre dans un monde très différent et non seulement avec des visières. Donc, moi, c'est toutes les questions que j'ai. Comme j'ai dit, j'ai aucun doute de la compétence des gens dans votre équipe. Mais comme je dis, il manque peut-être un peu de diversité. Et donc, merci à l'équipe, merci à vous, et je vous souhaite une bonne journée.
Thank you very much. Any further questions on Bill number 9? Seeing none, Minister, do you have any comments or anything about Bill 9?
Maybe we do need more diversity, and I certainly don't mind people challenging, absolutely. Thank you to the member opposite through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to Travis and Janice and Peter, as always, and I just talked about what great people they are. They are truly amazing workers. Great asset to all New Brunswickers.
Thank you. We'll just ask staff to step out and carry on with their vote. Is it the pleasure of the committee that Bill number 9, an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act, stand as presented? All those in favor, please say yea. Yea. Against, nay? No. The yeas have it. We'll take a brief recess. 3 minutes. Call the meeting back to order. Is it the pleasure of the committee to revert back to Bill number 2, an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act? For it, yea? Against, nay? Carried. Member from Bathurst West Beresford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to present an amendment to the bill, to Bill number 2. In Section 12, that it be substituted for Section A in subsection 5.61, strike out when real property and substitute subject to subsection 5.611 when real property. And at B, add after subsection 5.61 the following. 12, 5.611, if the difference between the total of the costs referred to in paragraphs 5.6A, B, B1, and C, and 50% of the assessed value of the real property is equal to or more than $500,000, the minister may only reinstitute proceedings under subsection 5.61 with the approval of Lieutenant Governor in Council.
It's been moved that Section 12 be amended by A, in subsection 5.61, strike out when real property and substitute subject to subsection 5.611 when real property. B, add after subsection 5.61 the following. 12, 5.611, if the difference between the total of the costs referred to in paragraphs 5.6A, B, B1, and C, and 50% of the assessed value of the real property is equal to or more than $500,000, the minister may only reinstitute proceedings under subsection 5.61 with the approval of the Lieutenant Governor and Council. Are there any questions or comments on the amendment? All those in favor, please say yea. Against, nay. Carried. No further questions, Minister. Do you have any closing comments? Or thank you very much. We're adjourned. Call the meeting back to order. Is it the pleasure of the committee to, what is it? Bill number 2, stand as amended and report the bill as amended. All those in favor, please say yea. Against, nay. Carried. Now we're adjourned.